5 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden pushes Supreme Court reforms and new details on the gunman behind the Trump assassination attempt. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday, partly cloudy, a high near 95. Tonight's low in the upper 70s. Right now, 80 degrees. Well, President Biden delivered remarks at the LBJ Presidential Library in Austin yesterday while celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act. The president recently proposed reforms to the U.S. Supreme Court while urging limitations on presidential immunity, contradictory to the recent Supreme Court ruling that presidents have broad immunity from prosecution.
No one is above the law. And for all practical purposes, the court's decision almost certainly means that a president can violate their oath, flout our laws, and face no consequences.
The proposals also include term limits for Supreme Court justices, as well as a code of conduct. House Speaker Mike Johnson says the proposals will be dead on arrival in the House. Speaking to Fox's Laura Ingraham, former President Trump said he wouldn't change the court if he were elected president.
If I'm president, it doesn't happen. We keep it the way it is. And it's been working very well for a long period of time. I mean, basically, they want to create another Congress. They want to have so many people. Let's just go to another Congress.
Meantime, new details have been revealed about suspect Thomas Matthew Crooks' behavior in the days and weeks leading up to that Pennsylvania rally where he tried to assassinate Trump.
At 5:02 in the morning.
The latest.
That's pretty early for the Rock.
Who they describe as a loner, was
Ray,
highly intelligent,
Tim, Rooster, Sam, Jacob,
investigators say he registered for the rally.
Not Rock.
Announced and searched how far Oswald was from JFK.
Good morning, Tim, or good evening where you are.
They also say he surveilled the site and practiced at a gun range using the same AR-15 style rifle. But on the day of the shooting, Crooks bought ammo in Butler and then went home. He then returned to the rally site and flew his drone. A short time later, local police identified him as a suspicious person.
And text messages obtained by Senator Chuck Grassley revealed that local law enforcement responsible for monitoring the rally spotted Crooks and flagged him as suspicious more than 90 minutes before he opened fire, but they did not approach him. Well, experts say the Harris honeymoon may soon be ending. Michael Board reports.
Vice President Kamala Harris getting a lot of love from Democrats as she starts her run for the White House, but Republicans predict this will not last. Senator John Cornyn of Texas says her policies are far from the mainstream.
She said she wants to ban fracking. She wants Medicare for all, eliminate private health insurance. She wants to eliminate ICE.
Republicans are eager to define Harris before Harris has the chance to define herself. President Trump, speaking in North Carolina, called her the most incompetent and far-left vice president in American history. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
An investigation is underway into the death of a Bexar County jail inmate yesterday following a medical episode. The sheriff's office says a deputy discovered 46-year-old Michael Roses unresponsive in his cell. Other deputies, jail medical personnel, and the San Antonio Fire Department responded to help, but Roses was pronounced dead at 1 p.m. The Bexar County medical examiner will determine cause of death. Roses was jailed for drug possession and evading arrest. Well, the fallout continues in Texas from Hurricane Beryl, where lawmakers want answers to why it took so long to restore power.
Nearly 3 million Texans lost power after Hurricane Beryl hit the Gulf Coast July 8th. Restoration taking almost 2 weeks for tens of thousands left suffering the heat. Inexcusable, says Houston Mayor John Whitmire, who blames CenterPoint Energy for its lack of preparation.
Complacency or incompetence. But the bottom line is, they must do better.
CenterPoint CEO Jason Wells admitting their response has been unacceptable.
We have outlined over 40 immediate actions.
The Beryl death toll in Texas is 36. Chris Fox, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
A new pedestrian bridge across the San Antonio River will connect the existing parts of the Pearl to new developments in the area. The Pearl is a mixed-use development featuring restaurants, retail shops, green spaces, offices, apartments, and a hotel. Developers plan to double the Pearl in size The bridge will connect Hotel Emma on the east side of the river to the new Grove Hotel, which is still on the drawing board. The bridge will be open to the public sometime later this year. So far, it does not have a name. Well, a new survey says most Texans support the idea of using public funds to pay for school choice. Rice University professor Mark Jones, one of the authors, says the biggest support for vouchers comes from minorities.
In terms of ethnic and racial background, African Americans are the most likely to support vouchers, followed by Latinos and then by whites. But then there's a strong split among white Texans, with Republicans being very strongly supportive of vouchers and Democrats, a majority of white Democrats, being against it.
The survey found 66% of Black Democrats support school vouchers, while just 49% of white Democrats support the idea. It is 6:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Traffic and weather together coming up.
Julian Martinez, welcome in. Still trying to tweak this microphone. I usually, Tim will be back tomorrow. He usually sits here. So it just looks a little funky in the video. And we can't have funky, can we? See, it is 80 degrees. $80 in New Braunfels, 76 in Kerrville. Welcome into this beautiful day, Tuesday, Yacht Rock Tuesday, July 30th, 2024, 20 days until the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, 39 days until opening night as Taylor Swift's boyfriend takes on the Baltimore Ravens in NFL football, 42 days until the second presidential debate, we think, and just 98 days until the 2024 election. What could possibly go wrong? Charity McCurdy, how are you this morning?
I'm still looking for the printer repairman. How about yourself?
First world problems strike at News Radio 1200 WOAI. You don't realize how much you need and miss a printer until the printer goes south.
And before anyone asks, yes, we've tried unplugging it and turning off the power, restarting it. We've tried that multiple times to no avail. So
yeah, and I'm going to show people on YouTube, without a printer, we now have handwritten. There's my handwritten weather forecast.
Nice. Woo! Very organized.
Yes. There's my handwritten how many days. We've got 20 days until the Democratic National Convention, 39 days, blah, 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 what I just said. So, now you're handling it kind of well, Charity. You often do. I'm handling it the best I can. But I think Andrew Zimmel and I agree. The guy who probably won't be happy about this when he rolls in here, he rolls in about 6:30, comes on the air about 7 o'clock this morning. One Chawpaw, Charlie Parker.
Yeah, he always has a stack of paper, printed paper,
printed.
Yeah, on his desk. So and he's not much of a laptop computer guy. So I don't know how that's going to work out.
It's going to be interesting. Charlie might be in a mood this morning, which will be tough for us, but good for radio. It'll be radio gold. It'll be radio gold. All right, let's get this party started without a printer with your traffic and weather together. Your Weather Channel forecast in handwriting. Cloudy early, partial sunshine this afternoon with a high in the mid-90s. Overnight lows in the upper 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, high in the upper 90s. Same with Thursday. Upper 90s and partly cloudy for Thursday. Right now, 76 in Kerrville, 80 in New Braunfels. It is cloudy and 79 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. Oh, yeah. The pride of San Antonio, the pride of Alamo Heights High School, on a Yacht Rock Tuesday, Christopher Cross. I had this album and this song on cassette back in as we made the transition, Charity, out of 8 tracks. When I went to Holmes High School, class of 1978, it was 8 tracks. But as we moved into the 80s, all the cool kids got their albums like this one by Christopher Cross on cassette.
Mm-hmm. Do you own any cassettes still?
Okay, and this drives my wife crazy. I don't throw anything away. I have boxes upon boxes of cassettes, and I keep telling myself, and a lot of them are like they're not just music, they're like I recorded stuff on them.
Mixtapes.
Yeah, and so I keep telling myself that I'm going to go back and digitize all of these cassettes someday, and I've been telling myself that for about 20 years, and I haven't done that yet.
Okay, but I can understand the mixtapes, maybe things that you got off the radio, but as far as, a Journey, cassette, you can just go ahead and get the, digital version already.
Speaking of mixtapes, I still have the first mixtape I made for Beth when I met her in 1993. I made her a mixtape. And she liked it. I guess it worked. She wound up marrying me.
So. A lot of yacht rock on that.
A lot of yacht rock. That Christopher Cross song was probably on it, for all I know.
That sealed the deal, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we got a lot to talk about all morning long. Big stories in the news. Donald Trump goes on Laura Ingraham last night, had some interesting things to say. We will have audio for you to listen to. Republicans slamming President Joe Biden on his wanting to overhaul the United States Supreme Court. More revelations about the shooter who tried to assassinate former President Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. More revelations about law enforcement, more revelations about him. He apparently prepared for a year for that assassination attempt, and a tank on the highway on I-10 near Wurzbach on Sunday. We'll dive into that, and we got questions about that for you as well. Lots coming at you all morning long. It is a Yacht Rock Tuesday. She's Charity McCurdy. EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. I'm Chris Duell. We're on YouTube. Go to YouTube. Look for us at 1200 WOAI. There's a live chat there as well. WOAI News Time 5:15. Thank you, Rooster. Yeah, we did not. I don't know that we tried a drop test or a float. It's a huge printer. It's a huge industrial corporate printer. But yeah, oh, by the way, Ray Reyes said 93 days to Halloween. Ray, I wrote it down, man. In the dark ink there. 93 days until Halloween. I'll start incorporating that. We need to focus on that. I agree with you. If it bounces, it works. Thank you, Julian. Time for me to guzzle some coffee. As you look at the screen to the right, you see the empty chair. Later this morning, Charlie Parker, who according to, who says he's always in a mood? Tim. Charlie Parker is always in a mood, says Tim. Tim, you might be onto something. Nice pumpkin emoji, by the way, Ray. I got to put 3 dots on here, Rooster, to be able to read your message because a heart emoji blocks it. Does the printer have any power present? Yeah, it's got power. It's got like an error. It's got a little screen on it that tells you the status. And the status is like error. So we turned it off, turned it on, unplugged it, plugged it in. Andrew Zimmel went on YouTube and looked for fixes for this specific printer to no avail. I knew a guy in high school at Holmes High School. His name was Ross Vale. Had a sister named Carla. In fact, Carla was in my graduating class, and they had a brother named Rodney Vale, V-A-L-E. If my last name was Vale and I had a son, I would name him Noah. Because that way, if he played football, the pass is to Noah Vale. To Noah Vale, but he caught it. Thank you. Some of these are just for me. Go Office Space on that printer, says Julian. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Rooster, get out of town. Are you serious? I grew up in Ross Vale's neighborhood, as did Steve DeRocco. We know Ross Vale, and I've worked with him at KLRN a lot the last few years. That's crazy. That's right. A Yacht Rock Tuesday. Going to make you feel smooth all morning long. And you know who else makes you feel smooth? Charity McCurdy. Charity, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden is calling for major reforms to the justice system. Vice President Kamala Harris may soon announce her running mate, and text messages between law enforcement before former President Trump's assassination attempt show that officers raised concerns 90 minutes before the incident. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Let's get a comprehensive look at your Yacht Rock Tuesday weather. Here's News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Calle. Good morning, Jeanette. Thank you, Jeanette. 79 in Alamo Heights, where all the cool kids live. 77 in Leon Valley, where my sister lives. It's cloudy. 79, WOAI News Time, 521. That's what I'm talking about. Bread. That's the name of the band. Charity, when they were forming that band, I think David Gates, the lead singer there, they said, hey, man, we need a name for our band. Oh, I know. Bread. I don't know, man.
Rising to the occasion? I can't. Why bread? I don't know.
And why would you name a college Rice? It's like, if you got beat by Rice's football team, you got beat by a food. I'm just saying, Rice. And Rice doesn't. They've had better football teams lately. Our good friend Paul Alexander, a big partisan, a good friend of Charlie's as well, a big partisan of Rice University. Well, Charity, on Sunday, there was a flatbed going down I-10, and its cargo fell off that flatbed near Wurzbach Road, and people driving by on Sunday were wondering, why is there a tank on the road on I-10 on the highway, eventually moved off to the side, eventually an actual tank, as in a military-grade Army tank on I-10 near Wurzbach on Sunday. Did you see the footage of that?
I did, and that was the real deal. That was a huge tank. It wasn't secured very well, apparently, but I mean, we are Military City, USA. Kind of not totally surprising to see a tank on the road.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Hey, man, we should have more tanks on the highway.
Don't mess with us.
Military City, USA.
Yeah.
And you mentioned it wasn't secured well. If you're going to go traveling with a tank on your flatbed, don't you get some extra bungee cords? Don't you find a way to really secure that tank?
Yeah, you would think maybe something broke or snapped, under pressure. We don't know exactly what was the reasoning for it falling off that flatbed truck, but that was probably quite shocking for motorists. And apparently the one that had a dash cam caught it on video, and it's been making the rounds.
Wow. Which, we were talking this morning before the show with Andrew Zimmel, flying the Millennium Falcon alongside EJ Pacheco, and it kind of sparks the question, what's the weirdest thing, what's the craziest thing you've ever seen on the highway? And Charity, just last week, I saw something that just blew my mind. I'm driving to work. It's like 3:15, probably 3:30 in the morning. You get in here before I do. So does Mr. T. So all right, around 3:30 in the morning, I'm driving up Highway 281 North. I just went underneath 1604. So I'm approaching Stone Oak Parkway, and I see something darting across the road in front of me at 3:30, 3:40 in the morning. Darting across. I hit my brakes. It's a woman in running gear. She was like a petite blonde, not some idiot drunken dude, a woman. She had running shorts on. She had like a tank top. She was petite, blondish in a ponytail, and she's running across Highway 281 70 feet in front of my car. If I didn't brake, I might have hit her, God forbid. And she kind of ran to the median, the little divider, and and as I'm looking in my rear view mirror, she's climbing over, I guess going for her morning 3:40 in the morning jog. It was crazy.
That ignorance must be bliss for her, because there's no way I would be running alone, especially at that time.
Yeah, on a highway. People get killed.
Yes.
On a highway.
Oh, my goodness.
So, Charity, we want to ask the people, in honor of the tank on the highway on I-10, what's the craziest thing you've ever seen on the highway? How do they tell us that?
The free iHeartRadio app. You just search 1200 WOAI, hit that red circle. That's the talkback button. 30 seconds. Once you hit it, to let us know the craziest things you've seen while behind the wheel.
And we will play those on the air, and we will react to them. Charity McCurdy has everything you need to know coming up right here at the bottom of the hour. Then we'll listen into Donald Trump talking to Laura Ingraham last night on Fox. He says Christians are not getting out to vote. We'll talk about that coming right up. WOAI News Time 526. What was up with my voice there at the end? So, all right, Rooster, that's crazy. Is it the same Ross Vale with a sister named Carla and a brother named Rodney? It is a small, small world. Yep, that's right, Rooster. So we've had this conversation. My mom hit Rodney on his bicycle. I can't believe I spaced on that. So you and I have already had that conversation. Wow. See, that's what I love about San Antonio. It's a big, small town. When I was living in Los Angeles for many years, I was like 12 years in the LA area. Grew up here. I moved out to LA, went to USC out there. You would never, first of all, you never run into anybody you knew at the supermarket. It's gigantic. You never see somebody you know at a stoplight. Both of those are quite possible here in San Antonio. And you don't bring up a dude's name and have somebody else go, oh, yeah, I'm related to that guy. Or that guy, I know that guy. It's just, it's one of the cool things about San Antonio. All right. So I need to get my keyboard. Okay, and I heard one at the top too.
Yeah, that played at like 5:06. So that's a weird one.
I'll turn the mic on so the people can hear you.
Yeah.
So they hear our big high level meeting with Andrew Zimmel during the break. And you're on, which is perfect.
Olympic reports. They come on at the 15, 6, 15, 7, 15, 8, 15, and then
okay.
Every other hour in syndication. So 10, noon, 2.
Okay, but in this show, they're on the 15th. Okay, let me write myself a little note.
I had to go get the paper and write myself notes. So I was like, I need to remember which segments we want to do the podcast.
Yes.
Write these down. Yeah. Good stuff.
So we'll play Trump with Laura Ingraham here, and this is the one on Christians don't vote.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. So just tease it like this is from last night's interview. We'll fire it. We'll watch it. You probably get the thing.
Yeah, I'll do it because it's a couple of minutes. I'll do it pretty quickly to give us hopefully some time to react.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
I cut it from 2:30 to like 2, so I was able
even
to
better.
Try to give it a little more time.
Even better. Thank you so much. Sam Tobias said, I thought he was going to get more coffee. Coffee is the super drug of choice because management frowns on crystal meth. Exactly. Exactly, Sam. As soon as management approves crystal meth, we might be using that in the morning to get a little extra jolt. Remember Jolt Cola? Anybody? So yeah, so most of you know, there's my little Bluetooth Apple key. I don't like texting with my thumbs. So when I text, I use my little Bluetooth keyboard because that's my thing. That's the way I roll. Charity, Andrew, and EJ. 5:40. I just make sure Charity knows what we're doing next. Reading glasses. Don't get old. It's overrated. I don't recommend it. Stay young. 540. All right. Cool. Frankie, good morning. I said it. I typed it, but I didn't say it. Oh, Frankie, August of 2011. I'm going to need reading glasses for this. Frankie, I might read this one on the air, too. August of 2011, driving to Stone Oak area for surgery, 4:30 a.m., 281 South. A clothes dryer was in the middle of the right lane. Crazy. Some idiot transporting a clothes dryer. And again, if you're not paying attention, you hit that, you could lose control of your vehicle. You could spin out and then somebody hits you and T-bones you. Things could go very, very badly. Now, if it was a good clothes dryer, if you had a truck, you could go pick that up, get a free clothes dryer, or sell it on eBay. Okay, you're going to hear Charity's headlines coming up, and I'm going to step out for a sec. Turn that down for a second, and I'll be right back. Are you watching Wemby? I will. What, Sam, do you know the time that Wemby plays today? Because I do want to watch. France, my second favorite team in the Olympics. I want them to go to the finals and face Team USA.
.532 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden calls for major reforms to the justice system, and JetBlue is ending flights out of San Antonio. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday, partly cloudy, a high near 95. Tonight's low in the upper 70s. Right now, 79 degrees. Well, President Biden called for Supreme Court reforms while commemorating the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act. Fox's Kristen Goodwin has more on Decision 2024.
President Biden proposing the No One is Above the Law constitutional amendment he says would ensure no president has immunity for crimes committed while in office.
We're a nation of laws, not kings and dictators.
Citing the Supreme Court's recent immunity ruling on former President Trump, speaking at the LBJ Presidential Library, also calling for 18-year term limits for justices and
we need a mandatory code of ethics for the Supreme Court, and we need it now.
Which would require justices to disclose gifts, refrain from public political activity, and to recuse themselves from cases where they or their spouses have a financial or other conflict of interest. The proposals would need congressional approval. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Speaking to Fox's Laura Ingraham, former President Trump reacted to some of Biden's proposed changes.
They want to pack the court. What they really want to do more than any of it is pack the court. They want to put in, so I've heard as many as 27.
The number of justices on the Supreme Court has changed over time, but has remained at 9 since Franklin D. Roosevelt's term. North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper is reportedly removing himself from consideration to be Vice President Harris's potential running mate. CNN cited sources who said that he was concerned with going through the process Massachusetts at the age of 67. Cooper was seen as one of the top contenders for the role, along with Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. Meantime, Democrats on Monday took on the Republican presidential ticket with two governors center stage. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
Just outside Philadelphia in Ambler, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro told supporters Kamala Harris is ready
to not just be the standard bearer of our party, but to be the 47th president of the United States of America.
That means beating former President Donald Trump and Senator J.D. Vance, whom Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer says are at an experience disadvantage to Vice President Harris.
Between the two of those dudes, they only have 5.5 years, and it's not public service, it's self-service that they're in the business of.
The vice president and former president are neck and neck in Michigan and Pennsylvania in a recent Fox News poll. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Well, JetBlue Airways is ending its flights out of San Antonio. The Long Island-based carrier said the final nonstops to Boston and New York City will fly in late October. JetBlue has been providing the flights out of San Antonio International Airport for only about 3 years. Jesus Saenz, director of airports for the San Antonio Airport System, says the flights were popular and busy, so he's confident another carrier will soon step up and fill the need. Well, a series of earthquakes that shook up West Texas were likely caused by oil and gas activity. Barbara Schwartz has details.
There have been dozens of earthquakes with a magnitude of 3.0 or larger in the last few years. The biggest one last Friday, 5.1 on the Richter scale. Emergency officials in Snyder say recent earthquakes have damaged homes, weakened foundations, and cracked walls. Utility lines and other property have been damaged as well. In Oklahoma, an uptick in earthquakes more than 10 years ago led regulators to put restrictions on the disposal of wastewater from fracking. They say since then, the number of earthquakes have fallen dramatically.
Well, an investigation is underway after a deadly stabbing attack took place in London on Monday.
It is with great sadness today I'm here to advise that 2 children have died as a result of the injuries sustained in this morning's knife attack. 9 other children have been injured, and 6 of them are in a critical condition. All those injured have suffered stab wounds sustained during the attack.
Merseyside Police Chief Constable Serena Kennedy says at least 2 of those injured are adults. A 17-year-old male suspect was arrested in connection to the stabbing. No motive has been released. It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace.
Rooster, I just saw your photo. Very cool. Tell Ross I said hello next time you see him. I worked with him on many KLRN auctions over the years. His family, they're big volunteers for KLRN.
Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money in the world of business. We say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. Charity McCurdy. Mr. T will be back tomorrow. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker at 6:48 with those for the days. Easy for me to say. He'll join us in studio as well from 7 to 9-ish. We're looking forward to that. Well, you just heard Charity played you a bit of it at the bottom of the hour. Former President Donald Trump appeared on the Laura Ingraham program last night on Fox. Let's listen to another portion where he talks about Christians and voting. Here it is. Donald Trump with Laura Ingraham last night on Fox. Charity, he's saying, among other things, Christians don't vote and gun owners don't vote. I did not know that.
I didn't either. I would like to see the polling to back that up, just how many Christians and gun owners don't vote. That's shocking on so many levels. And it's always one of those situations with Trump where is he kidding? Is he not? Is this tongue in cheek? And he seems like he's able to get a lot away with a lot of controversial statements by coming back later and saying, it was a joke. And that's what he's done in this case, because Democrats have really seized on that comment about, telling Christians you don't have to vote in another 4 years after this November, because we're going to have it fixed so good, you're not going to have to vote. But he's come back and said the remarks were just a joke.
Yeah, and I guess he's just trying to light a fire under Christians and also under gun owners to get them out to vote for him. We'll have more later this morning of Donald Trump's sit down with Laura Ingraham on Fox, and we'll react to it as well. Coming up, we go back in time with flashbacks, see if we can figure out what year we land in. WOAI News Time 546. Welcome in, Trevin. Trevin says Trump is too scared to debate Kamala. I think once she's made official, I think he'll debate her, maybe even more than once. I think he's very confident in his debating skills.
41 seconds.
We'll see, though. I think it's going to be must-see TV. Tim makes an interesting point. If they're going to hold Supreme Court justices to 18 years, then they should hold Congress and the Senate to the same time frame. I would agree with term limits for Congress and Senate. But, the argument would be they're up for re-election at the end of every term. So the people have the right to choose. It is time to go back in time, but what year will we land in? See if you can figure it out, and we'll try to figure it out. Let's play flashback. I know you love Christina Aguilera, Maya, and Pink, Charity, so this could be right in your wheelhouse. 99, 2000, or 2001?
I think 2001.
I'm going to go with you. And Reese Witherspoon in Legally Blonde, very, very funny.
It was cute.
Whenever I see her on streaming, we watch her. She cracks me up. What do we got? What year is it? Charity McCurdy knows her music. Rocked it. Congratulations. What else are you working on?
Well, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper is reportedly removing himself from consideration to be Vice President Harris's potential running mate. Former President Trump says he'll probably debate Kamala Harris, and jury selection continues today in the trial of a civil lawsuit against the parents of the accused Santa Fe high school shooter. We'll have the latest coming up right now. Traffic and weather together.
Weather Channel forecast: cloudy early today, partial sunshine this afternoon, high in the mid-90s, overnight lows in the upper 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy in the high 90s. Same for Thursday, partly cloudy, high in the upper 90s. Right now, 77 in Bernie, 76 at the Snake Farm. It is cloudy, 79 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. The late, great Gary Wright on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. And one of the questions we're asking you, or the question we're asking you, because we didn't ask you any other questions on TalkBack on the iHeartRadio app, in honor of the tank that was in the middle of the highway and off to the side of the highway on I-10 on Sunday, a tank, a military-grade tank fell off of a flatbed truck. What's the craziest thing you ever saw on a highway? I saw a woman jogging across Highway 281 last week at about 3:30, 3:40 in the morning. Had I not braked, applied my brakes, I might have hit her, God forbid. So, Charity, how do people get us that information?
The free iHeartRadio app. You search 1200 WOAI, hit that red TalkBack button, 30 seconds to let us know the craziest things you've seen while behind the wheel.
And on our chat on YouTube, And by the way, you can go check us out on YouTube. Go to 1200 WOAI on YouTube, and you can respond to questions like this, and we read them on the air. Frankie, and we love Frankie. Frankie is a regular participant. She's often there in the morning, which is very, very cool. Frankie writes, Charity, August of 2011, driving to the Stone Oak area for surgery at about 4:30 in the morning, 281 South, a clothes dryer was in the middle of the right lane. It's 4:30 in the morning. I'm driving. I got a medical procedure, and there's a clothes dryer in the middle of 281. That's got to be eye-opening.
Yeah, apparently if it's not a mattress or a couch, a clothes dryer, could be right there in the middle of the lane. And I shared with you, Chris, what I saw, I guess a couple of weeks ago on my dashboard cam. A man riding in the passenger side of a white sedan either willingly fell out of the car, was shoved out, and landed behind the car. And he eventually got up, so I assumed all was well. But it was that turnaround on 281 at Bitters. And I couldn't believe what I was witnessing, but I wasn't going to intervene because at that time of night, I don't want to risk my own safety.
Well, and it's true. Charity Mr. T showed me and Andrew and EJ actual dash cam footage, and door opens, dude falls out onto the ground, onto the road on the turnaround at 281 and Stone Oak Parkway. And again, the question, we couldn't tell for sure. Did he fall out? Was he drunk? Did he get pushed out? Was he in a fight with a significant other and said, I'll show you, I'll get out right here? Who knows? But it was way, and in that turnaround, somebody could have come flying around the turnaround, hit the vehicle, and hit him.
I know. It was crazy. I'm assuming it was a lover's quarrel because the car immediately put on their hazards and slowed down once he flung out of the vehicle. But again, once I saw him start to get up, I'm like, okay, I'm out of here. I'm going to go before things escalate.
Little safety tip, if you're in a lover's quarrel, opening the passenger door and jumping out of the vehicle, not good. Things can go very wrong for you. So there are other ways to make your point in a lover's quarrel.
Yeah.
We're here for your lover's quarrel advice. So just saying, one of the many things we do here. Coming up, President Joe Biden at the LBJ Library in Austin yesterday, and he wants to overhaul the Supreme Court. We'll listen to some audio and we will react. Charity McCurdy with everything you need to know coming right up here at the top of the hour. WOAI News Time 557. Thank you, Frankie. You created show content for us, which is tremendous. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Yeah, Trevin, back to will Trump debate Kamala Harris. I think whether or not he would do it, I think he's very confident in his debating skills. Now, she's very good when she's on. I remember watching her in the 2020 election. So she's good. But I just think especially look at the last debate. Granted, it was against Biden, and Biden was barely present. But I think Trump is used to winning when it comes to debates. So I think he's going to be very, very confident whether he should be or not. And I think it's going to be a tremendous debate. And it's with Trump, it's always must-see TV whenever he debates. And, as a woman, the whole, they want to drive home, the Democrats want to drive home Roe versus Wade and the abortion issue. As a woman, I think she's even more qualified to take that debate to Trump, certainly, than Biden was. And of course, you flip that. Yeah, here comes Charity.
6 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden pushes Supreme Court reforms and new details on the gunman behind the Trump assassination attempt. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday, partly cloudy, a high near 95. Tonight's low in the upper 70s. Right now, 79 degrees. Well, President Biden delivered remarks at the LBJ Presidential Library in Austin yesterday while celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act. The president recently proposed reforms to the High Court while urging limitations on presidential immunity, contradictory to the recent Supreme Court ruling that presidents have broad immunity from prosecution.
No one is above the law. And for all practical purposes, the court's decision almost certainly means that the president can violate their oath, flout our laws, and face no consequences.
The proposals also include term limits for Supreme Court justices as well as a code of conduct. House Speaker Mike Johnson says the proposals will be dead on arrival in the House. Speaking to Fox's Laura Ingraham, former President Trump said he wouldn't change the court if he were elected president.
If I'm president, it doesn't happen. We keep it the way it is. And it's been working very well for a long period of time. I mean, basically, they want to create another Congress. They want to have so many people. Let's just go to another Congress.
Meantime, new details have been revealed about suspect Thomas Matthew Crook's behavior in the days and weeks leading up to the Pennsylvania rally where he tried to assassinate Trump. Here's Fox's Jeff Paul.
The FBI says Crooks, who they describe as a loner, was highly intelligent and went to great lengths to conceal what he was doing. Investigators say he registered for the rally 3 days after it was announced and searched how far Oswald was from JFK that same day. They also say he surveilled the site and practiced at a gun range using the same AR-15 style rifle. But on the day of the shooting, Crooks bought ammo in Butler and then went home. He then returned to the rally site and flew his drone. A short time later, local police identified him as a suspicious person.
And text messages obtained by Senator Chuck Grassley revealed that local law enforcement responsible for monitoring the rally spotted Crooks and flagged him as suspicious more than 90 minutes before he opened fire, but they did not approach him. Well, experts say the Harris honeymoon may soon be ending. Michael Board has more.
Vice President Kamala Harris getting a lot of love from Democrats as she starts her run for the White House, but Republicans predict this will not last. Senator John Cornyn of Texas says her policies are far from the mainstream.
She said she wants to ban fracking. She wants Medicare for all, eliminate private health insurance. She wants to eliminate ICE.
Republicans are eager to define Harris before Harris has the chance to define herself. President Trump, speaking in North Carolina, called her the most incompetent and far-left vice president in American history. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
An investigation is underway into the death of a Bexar County jail inmate yesterday following a medical episode. The sheriff's office says a deputy discovered 46-year-old Michael Rosas unresponsive in his cell. Other deputies, jail medical personnel, and the San Antonio Fire Department responded to help, but Rosas was pronounced dead around 1 p.m. The Bexar County medical examiner will determine cause of death. Rosas was jailed for drug possession and evading arrest. Well, jury selection began yesterday in the civil trial connected to a mass shooting at a Texas high school 6 years ago. Russell Scott has details.
The shooting at Santa Fe High School left 8 students and 2 teachers dead and 13 wounded. The accused shooter, Demetrius Pagorchis, was found incompetent to stand trial. He's been in the state mental hospital now for more than 4 years. This is a civil suit, and it's against his parents, accusing them of not getting their son help and not keeping weapons away from him. Several people who lost family members in the shooting are expected to testify, one mother saying it is about time her deceased son got justice.
Well, a new pedestrian bridge across the San Antonio River will connect the existing parts of the Pearl to new developments in the area. The Pearl is a mixed-use development featuring restaurants, retail shops, green spaces, offices, apartments, and a hotel. Developers plan to double the Pearl in size. The bridge will connect Hotel Emma on the east side of the river to the new Grove Hotel, which is still on the drawing board. The bridge will be open to the public sometime later this year. So far, it does not have a name. Well, today is World Day Against Trafficking in Persons.
Established by a United Nations resolution in 2014, the World Day Against Trafficking in Persons is observed annually on July 30th to raise awareness about human trafficking and to promote and protect the rights of victims. The UN reports 1 in 3 victims of human trafficking globally is a child, with girls being disproportionately affected. This year's theme, Leave No Child Behind. Human trafficking generates tens of billions of dollars in illegal profits worldwide through crimes including forced labor, sex, and organ trafficking. The UN hoping people use this day to be alert, informed, and involved. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
It is 6:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
Yacht Rock Tuesday. It is San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy, I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker is in the building early this morning. He'll join us a little bit later. He will bring you Those Were the Days at 6:48. Coming up, we'll listen to President Joe Biden in Austin at the LBJ Library. We'll react to his proposal to overhaul the Supreme Court. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together. Weather Channel forecast, cloudy early, partial sunshine this afternoon, high in the mid-90s, overnight lows in the upper 70s. Tomorrow and Thursday, partly cloudy with a high in the upper 90s. Right now, 82 in Del Rio, 77 in Uvalde, cloudy, 79 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. A double shot of Todd Rundgren, who was in San Antonio not long ago on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. Well, he wasn't in San Antonio, but he was just up I-35. President Joe Biden at the LBJ Library. Now, this was a visit that was postponed. It was supposed to take place the Monday after what turned out to be that weekend assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump's life a couple of weeks ago. So this was postponed. Of course, Biden had COVID, but he was there yesterday, and he wants to reform the Supreme Court. Let's listen to some of that. Joe Biden yesterday in Austin. Republicans are saying, Charity, that this is sour grapes, that Democrats and Biden have not been able to get enough justices on the Supreme Court, and that certainly Donald Trump changed the balance of power of the court. It ultimately led to the overturning of Roe versus Wade. What do you think?
Yeah, and we know that this is not going to go anywhere in the heavily divided Congress. In fact, House Speaker Mike Johnson said that the proposals by Biden will be dead on arrival. But it seems like a lot of these proposals, at least some of them regarding the constitutional amendment to limit the broad immunity granted to presidents, he seemed to be taking aim at former President Trump when he talked about that proposal, limiting broad immunity for presidents. And, you know, I think it'd be interesting to see polls regarding how people feel about limiting the terms for Supreme Court justices. That's an argument among presidential candidates prior to Biden dropping out of the race, that the fact that we have two elderly men competing to be commander in chief, and it's time to pass the torch to the younger generation. And the same could be said for Supreme Court justices.
Yeah, among those reforms that are proposed, I am troubled by, undue influence of, a billionaire or a mega donor.
Yeah.
And I know, obviously, you think of Judge Clarence Thomas. Now, granted, you might be on the right and you go, hey, Judge Clarence Thomas is my guy because he rules the way I want to rule. Well, just think about it happening on the other side. What if what if George Soros or a mega billionaire was giving all of these gifts and trips to Judge Sonia Sotomayor or something? You wouldn't like that. I think on either side, that is troubling. And another proposal took a shot essentially at Judge Clarence Thomas as well. It was that it should be a law that you have to recuse yourself if you or your spouse had some kind of connection to or undue influence on a court ruling. And as we know, Judge Clarence Thomas's wife was involved in text messaging leading up to January 6th, which shows that, she was, in a sense, supporting what was going on there at the Capitol that day.
Yeah, I just wonder if we're going to see any more push from Biden or Harris for this, knowing that it's not going to go anywhere, at least in the next 6 months.
Well, and I agree with you. It's not going to go anywhere, but it is viewed by some analysts as, this is something that can further fire up Democratic voters in November, especially as they try to fuel Roe versus Wade having been overturned. You can say this can't pass now, but people would know that a vote for Kamala Harris means that she might further getting these reforms through. We shall see. Coming up, we are going to hear from you. We've got RK, Stephen from Lytle, and others as we reacted to that tank in the middle of I-10 on Sunday, I-10 near Wurzbach. Charity and I each told you the craziest thing we've seen recently on the highway. We're asking you about that as well. Charlie Parker at 6:48 with Those Were the Days. 6:40, White House correspondent John Decker on who the leaders seem to be in the running for VP choice by Kamala Harris as a running mate. That's all coming your way. WOAI News Time, 6:15. Kemper, welcome in. Jonathan Sanchez, welcome in. Kemper, I am not fasting, as you probably already noticed. I am guzzling the coffee. I went like 10 days without coffee. I fasted for a total of 62 hours. Went 20 days without alcohol. Felt better. So, as August rolls around on Thursday, is that the first day? I believe. Yeah, tomorrow's the last day of July. Going to try to kick it in again in August. Kemper, well put. San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday coming right up. We hear from you. What's the craziest thing you've seen on the highway? But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden is pushing for major reforms to the Supreme Court as he marks the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act. Former President Trump's campaign is spending $10 million advertising push this week in 6 battleground states. And a Bexar County jail inmate has died after suffering a medical episode in his cell. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Weather Channel forecast partial sunshine this afternoon, high in the mid 90s tomorrow and Thursday, partly cloudy with a high in the upper 90s. Right now, cloudy 79 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. Saturday in the park. Chicago, that qualifies as a Yacht Rock tune on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. Charity McCurdy, Chris Duell, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days coming up at 6:48. Mr. T will be back tomorrow. We have been asking you on the free iHeartRadio app in honor of the tank that was in the highway I-10 near Wurzbach on Sunday. What's the craziest thing you've ever seen on the road? Let's go to the people and RK. Oh, my God. Hopefully they were empty and being delivered before use.
Oh, yuck.
4 bouncing porta potties coming at your vehicle.
That's a stench that could take days to get.
Ouch. RK, that's traumatic. Let's do another one. Our favorite teacher, Stephen in Lytle. Ooh. Wow. And you know, the cautionary tale to all of us, you got to be alert and vigilant at all times when you're on the road.
Yeah, close call there.
All right. Tell you what, we've got White House correspondent John Decker coming up at 6:40. The latest updates on who Kamala Harris's running mate might be and when she will make the pick. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. Charity McCurdy at the bottom of the hour with everything you need to know on this Yacht Rock Tuesday morning. WOAI News Time 6:25.
6:30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden calls for major reforms to the justice system, and a passenger rail system in Texas is gaining steam. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday: partly cloudy, a high near 95. Tonight, to low in the upper 70s. Right now, 80 degrees. Well, President Biden called for Supreme Court reforms while commemorating the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act. Fox's Kristen Goodwin has more on Decision 2024.
President Biden proposing the No One is Above the Law constitutional amendment he says would ensure no president has immunity for crimes committed while in office.
We're a nation of laws, not kings and dictators.
citing the Supreme Court's recent immunity ruling on former President Trump, speaking at the LBJ Presidential Library, also calling for 18-year term limits for justices and
We need a mandatory code of ethics for the Supreme Court, and we need it now.
which would require justices to disclose gifts, refrain from public political activity, and to recuse themselves from cases where they or their spouses have a financial or other conflict of interest. The proposals would need congressional approval. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
And speaking to Fox's Laura Ingraham, former President Trump reacted to some of Biden's proposed changes.
They want to pack the court. What they really want to do more than any of it is pack the court. They want to put in, so I've heard as many as 27.
The number of justices on the Supreme Court has changed over time, but has remained at 9 since Franklin D. Roosevelt's term. North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper is reportedly removing himself from consideration to be VP Harris's potential running mate. CNN cited sources who said that he was concerned with going through the process at the age of 67. Cooper was seen as one of the top contenders for the role, along with Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. Meantime, Democrats on Monday took on the Republican presidential ticket, with 2 governors taking center stage. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
Just outside Philadelphia, in Ambler, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro told supporters Kamala Harris is ready.
To not just be the standard bearer of our party, but to be the 47th president of the United States of America.
That means beating former President Donald Trump and Senator J.D. Vance, whom Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer says are at an experience disadvantage to Vice President Harris.
Between the two of those dudes, they only have 5.5 years, and it's not public service, it's self-service that they're in the business of.
The vice president and former president are neck and neck in Michigan and Pennsylvania in a recent Fox News poll. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
A teen charged with murder will remain in custody for now. The 16-year-old made his first court appearance yesterday, and the judge denied his release with a GPS monitor. The teen and his brother, 19-year-old Jacob Rios, were arrested on Saturday for the murder of 80-year-old Heidi Silkworth in late May. The 2 brothers had reportedly robbed an armed victim who shot back. Silkwood was in a passing SUV and was killed by a stray bullet from the crossfire. The judge scheduled the teen's next hearing for August 12th. Well, a series of earthquakes that shook up West Texas were likely caused by oil and gas activity. Barbara Schwartz has details.
There have been dozens of earthquakes with a magnitude of 3.0 or larger in the last few years. The biggest one last Friday, 5.1 on the Richter scale. Emergency officials in Snyder say recent earthquakes have damaged homes, weakened foundations, and cracked walls. Utility lines and other property have been damaged as well. In Oklahoma, an uptick in earthquakes more than 10 years ago led regulators to put restrictions on the disposal of wastewater from fracking. They say since then, the number of earthquakes have fallen dramatically.
Well, a Texas Senate committee is demanding answers from utility company CenterPoint about its response to Hurricane Beryl. CEO Jason Wells was grilled over the company's preparedness and testified in the state Senate special committee hearing yesterday. He apologized for the company's response, and Houston Mayor John Whitmire was among the officials who spoke at the hearing.
Let me get right to the bottom line. Their communication sucks. Enough is enough. It's time to hold CenterPoint accountable.
Beryl damaged power lines and uprooted trees that left millions of people without electricity for days. CenterPoint has defended its storm preparedness and says that it deployed about 12,000 additional workers to help restore power. Texas officials are dividing up $1 billion taxpayer-approved dollars among different water infrastructure and supply projects around the state. The Texas Water Development Board is reserving at least $45 million for towns with fewer than 1,000 residents and another $130 million for towns with populations up to 10,000. Texas loses billions of gallons of water every year because of aging infrastructure. Small rural towns with a low tax base need state help improving their pipes and valves. Well, the concept for a passenger rail system running through Texas is still being considered. Jarrett Lewis has more.
There's just one big factor that's standing in the way of the project gaining more steam.
Homeowners, property owners, they don't want to give it up. And as a consequence of that, it makes it very, very difficult to proceed.
Political consultant Bill Miller says it's a great idea. It just needs more support.
I think it's a great concept. on paper, but in terms of execution, I don't see the willingness or the political will.
Projections are that the state will see around 47 million people by the year 2050. Jarrett Lewis, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
JetBlue Airways is ending its flights out of San Antonio. The Long Island-based carrier says the final nonstops to Boston and New York City will fly in late October. JetBlue has been providing the flights out of San Antonio International Airport for only about 3 years. The airport's Jesus Saenz says the flights were popular and busy, so he's confident another carrier will soon step up and fill the need. Well, today, the contributions of whistleblowers will be commemorated on Capitol Hill. Here's Fox's Tanya J. Powers.
Each year on July 30th, whistleblowers, advocates, and government officials gather on Capitol Hill to mark National Whistleblower Day. According to the National Whistleblower Center, it dates back to a law signed in 1778 during the height of the American Revolution. The center says it started when sailors and Marines aboard the USS Warren exposed abuses and misconduct by a Navy commander and were jailed for their report. They appealed to the Continental Congress for help, which resulted in the unanimous passing of the first whistleblower law. Each year since 2013, the Senate has unanimously recognized the day, noting the contributions of those who have come forward to expose waste, fraud, and abuse in government. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. It is a Yacht Rock Tuesday, and there is so much going on in the world and so much going on in politics. And one big mystery that remains for the 2024 election is who will Vice President Kamala Harris, the presumptive nominee of the Democratic Party, choose as her running mate. White House correspondent and attorney John Decker has been tracking that story. John, who would the smart money be on this Tuesday as far as who will be her running mate?
Well, you're asking me the question if I'm
if I have $100 and I go to a casino in Las Vegas and they're taking bets on who's going to be the running mate, I'm going to put my money on Senator Mark Kelly from Arizona. He's got such an interesting background. Before he was elected twice as senator from Arizona, he was a space shuttle astronaut. He was a fighter pilot. And I think you can't discount the fact that he's won twice statewide in the battleground state of Arizona. He would really be, I think, a real benefit to Kamala Harris in competing in the Sun Belt, in Nevada, in Arizona, in New Mexico. So that to me is where I'm putting my money. But there's a deep bench. Last night, by the way, we heard that Roy Cooper, the Democratic governor from North Carolina, took himself out of the running to be Kamala Harris's running mate. That was a surprise, but that still leaves a deep bench, including the governor from Pennsylvania, Shapiro. He's someone who was campaigning for Kamala Harris yesterday in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. He's won several races statewide in Pennsylvania, so he could be beneficial to Kamala Harris there.
And John, which potential running mate do you think has the most experience in appealing to moderate voters who might be wary of Harris's history of far left policy positions?
Yeah, you see, that's where Mark Kelly comes into play because he, of course, is a senator representing a border state. And to me, I think to a lot of people, that could be the vice president's Achilles heel, border security. Well, he's taken positions sometimes at odds with the Biden administration on the issue of border security. He can talk about that knowledgeably. And again, winning in a battleground state means that you are appealing to those independent voters that are so key in any election cycle, but particularly in 2024, when we see polls indicate it's a very close race.
And John, I agree with you that Arizona Senator Mark Kelly would make a lot of sense for a lot of reasons. But I wonder, Kamala Harris, originally from California, Mark Kelly representing the state of Arizona. You brought up Josh Shapiro, the Pennsylvania governor. Would a Harris-Kelly ticket represent two candidates that are too far to the west and not enough east or south representation, or am I overthinking that?
No, you're not overthinking that. That's a good point. But let me remind you of when two Southerners were on the ticket. You remember a guy named Bill Clinton and Al Gore, two Southerners, one from Arkansas, one from Tennessee, and no one thought anything of it. Look, I think that geographical representation sometimes is made a lot of, but, to me, if you choose someone like Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania and you have Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket, then you have the argument you're missing the entire middle of the country. You have this northeastern governor as well as a West Coast vice president. Maybe you're ignoring the rest of the country. So look, arguments can be made all over the place. That I think that if you're looking for the middle of the country, Governor Whitmer of Michigan certainly an option for you. Look, I think that there's also the governor from Illinois, the governor from Kentucky, also some individuals in the middle of the country. But to me, you have a list and you have to check off boxes. And I think that Mark Kelly checks off the most boxes as of the vice president is considering who will be her running mate.
And John, remind us again, what's the timeline for getting this done? And when can we expect the official announcement?
Yeah, I can't say definitively when it will be, but you asked me the timeline. She has to name her running mate by August the 7th. So the clock is ticking. That's it's a week out or so, week and a half out from the start of the DNC, but they're having this virtual roll call. And that's the reason why that deadline is out there. She needs to make it known to the delegates that are voting in that virtual roll call who her running mate is. So, it could be any day now, but I think that she'll take her time leading up to August the 7th.
And we will take John Decker's advice and keep a close eye on Arizona Senator and former astronaut Mark Kelly. Coming up, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days and a whole lot more. Charlie will be in studio from 7 to 9 as well. WOAI News Time, 646. Yeah, Tim, I think having two Californians on the ticket would be problematic for the Democrats. What's happening? I think we're good. Yeah, those were the days. And we've got at least one talk back. There's two now. Okay, so yeah, so we're golden. Then where do you hear this? Opelka, Rory. So we're pretty locked in for a while. Super, great job. Adios, Frankie, if you haven't left already. I see Tim in the Philippines. Frankie's just leaving. Tommy Miller. Connie Chambers, good morning. Thank you for the captain reference. With my Yacht Rock hat. Rooster, Kemper left. I see 15 in here at the moment. Welcome in, everybody. I know not everybody texts, so or texts or posts in the chat. So if we see you, we say hello to you. Welcome in, Grumpy. Good to see you. Naked people passing you. What, were they naked in their car, Grumpy? I'm assuming since they passed you. Sika Paulin, I agree with you. It's never a supermodel. It's always somebody you'd rather not see. And here are some of the stories we're following for you. President Biden is pushing for major reforms to the Supreme Court. Secret Service and FBI officials will testify in another congressional hearing today about the Trump assassination attempt. And the man accused of starting the biggest fire in California and the nation claims it was an accident. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together. Weather Channel forecast: cloudy early today, then partial sunshine this afternoon, high in the mid-90s. Overnight lows in the upper 70s. Tomorrow and Thursday, highs in the upper 90s under partly cloudy skies. Right now, it is 76 in Von Ormy, 78 at Randolph Air Force Base. It is cloudy, 79 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. A Yacht Rock Tuesday on San Antonio's First News. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. If you are watching the YouTube video stream right now, you already know that Charlie Parker is in the studio. Charlie, what is happening?
Just walk in the door and get some Gordon Lightfoot.
Very nice.
Must be going to be a good day.
Yes.
Oh, what's happening? Let's see. I walk in on my desk. The printer is broken this morning. Yeah, that's always great.
Yeah.
How do you do your job, Charity, without a printer?
It's very difficult. A lot of cutting and pasting going on. But I'm so trained to look down at that paper. It's really messing up the flow this morning more than usual.
Yeah, I don't know what cut and paste means. You lost me.
A lot of handwriting going on.
Yeah, a lot of that.
Yeah. All right, we've been asking people. In fact, I'll ask Charlie Parker if anything comes to mind. If you were driving on I-10 on Sunday near Wurzbach Road, Charlie, in the middle of the highway, you would have seen a tank, as in a military tank, as in an army tank, in the middle of I-10. Any strange things you've seen in the middle of the highway or the middle of the road while driving come to mind?
Shoes.
Shoes?
There's always a shoe. Well, I say plural, but there's never two shoes. It's always just one shoe.
And who's losing their shoes?
That?
Yeah.
And how do you lose a shoe out of your car? I don't know. Maybe it came from somewhere else. The one time, not in the road. Well, yeah, it was in the road because it was an automobile when we worked over on 10.
Yep.
And
Vance Jackson.
Yeah, 10 and Vance Jackson. When you're going down 410, and I guess you're going kind of northish or west, whatever, and you come to that 10 overpass, 10 goes east and 10 goes west. You had to take 10 west, the overpass, 10 east overpass to get to the radio station. And it was about 3:45, and luckily I was still at the bottom of the overpass, still in my process of ascending the overpass. And here came a car. Going the wrong direction.
Wrong way. Oh, my God.
Yeah. I don't mind telling you what I did in my pants. I mean, it scared me to death. And when I got off work, I went back out on, onto the road and then drove to see how far that individual who was going the wrong way, how far he had to be driving. And it was at Fulton. Fulton and 10, all the way to 10 and 410. This individual had been, now he may have just come out of a neighborhood somewhere in the process, but going the wrong way at about 3:45 in the morning.
Awful. God awful.
Luckily, I could get that. I mean, I scraped the side of my car against the embankment because, just trying to get
better
out
than
of the
a
way.
head-on collision.
That's the worst I've
at
ever
a high
seen.
rate of speed. That scares the hell out of me every morning driving in. I'm looking for wrong way drivers because that's the time of the night it happens. Well, let's listen to the people we've been asking all morning on the free iHeart radio app on the Talkback feature. What's the craziest thing you've seen while driving? Let's go to the storyteller. See, if that was a woman hitchhiking naked, he might have picked her up.
Okay.
I think that might have been even that might have kept me from picking them up.
Yeah,
more so.
Yeah, you don't. You
A
don't
naked woman on the road hitchhiking that early in the morning.
Probably.
You got to figure something's up.
She's probably bad news.
Yeah,
you probably don't want her in
Charles
your life.
Manson comes to mind or something.
Yes, Lynette Squeaky Fromm, perhaps. Let's grab another one. Let's go to Edgar. You don't expect to see a wallaby in South Texas.
I don't even know what a wallaby is.
It's like a kangaroo.
Yeah.
It is like a kangaroo.
Like a kangaroo.
And then he drove another 2 miles and saw Bigfoot. And then a little bit later
And
on
then-
down the road, Loch Ness Monster.
Then the chupacabra.
Yes.
A chupacabra. All right. Tell you what, coming up, wait till you hear this. We'll hear from former President Donald Trump on Laura Ingraham last night. Will he debate Kamala Harris? We'll hear his words coming up. But right now, Charity McCurdy with everything you need to know because WOAI News Time is 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden pushes Supreme Court reforms and new details on the gunman behind the Trump assassination attempt. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday, partly cloudy, a high near 95. Tonight's low in the upper 70s, right now 79 degrees. Well, President Biden delivered remarks at the LBJ Presidential Library in Austin yesterday while celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act. The president recently proposed reforms to the U.S. Supreme Court while urging limitations on presidential immunity, contradictory to the recent Supreme Court ruling that presidents have broad immunity from prosecution.
No one is above the law. And for all practical purposes, the court's decision almost certainly means that the president can violate their oath, flout our laws, and face no consequences.
The proposals also include term limits for Supreme Court justices as well as a code of conduct. House Speaker Mike Johnson has said that the proposals will be dead on arrival in the House. Speaking to Fox's Laura Ingraham, former President Trump said he wouldn't change the court if he were elected president.
If I'm president, it doesn't happen. We keep it the way it is. And it's been working very well for a long period of time. I mean, basically, they want to create another Congress. They want to have so many people. Let's just go to another Congress.
Meantime, new details have been revealed about suspect Thomas Matthew Crook's behavior in the days and weeks leading up to the Pennsylvania rally where he tried to assassinate Trump. Fox's Jeff Paul has the latest.
The FBI says Crooks, who they describe as a loner, was highly intelligent and went to great lengths to conceal what he was doing. Investigators say he registered for the rally 3 days after it was announced and searched how far Oswald was from JFK that same day. They also say he surveilled the site and practiced at a gun range using the same AR-15 style rifle. But on the day of the shooting, Crooks bought ammo in Butler and then went home. He then returned to the rally site and flew his drone. A short time later, local police identified him as a suspicious person.
And Secret Service and FBI officials will be grilled today during a joint hearing of the Senate committees on the Judiciary and Homeland Security. Well, experts say the Harris honeymoon may soon be coming to an end. Michael Board reports.
Vice President Kamala Harris getting a lot of love from Democrats as she starts her run for the White House, but Republicans predict this will not last. Senator John Cornyn of Texas says her policies are far from the mainstream.
She says she wants to ban fracking. She wants Medicare for all, eliminate private health insurance. She wants to eliminate ICE.
Republicans are eager to define Harris before Harris has the chance to define herself. President Trump, speaking in North Carolina, called her the most incompetent and far-left vice president in American history. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
An investigation is underway into the death of a Bexar County jail inmate yesterday following a medical episode. The sheriff's office says a deputy discovered 46-year-old Michael Roses unresponsive in his cell. Other deputies, jail medical personnel, and the San Antonio Fire Department responded to help, but Roses was pronounced dead. The Bexar County medical examiner will determine cause of death. Roses was jailed for drug possession and evading arrest. Well, the fallout continues in Texas from Hurricane Beryl, where lawmakers want answers to why it took so long to restore power. Here's Chris Fox.
Nearly 3 million Texans lost power after Hurricane Beryl hit the Gulf Coast July 8th. Restoration taking almost 2 weeks for tens of thousands left suffering the heat. Inexcusable, says Houston Mayor John Whitmire, who blames CenterPoint Energy for its lack of preparation.
Complacency or incompetence. But the bottom line is, they must do better.
CenterPoint CEO Jason Wells admitting their response has been unacceptable.
We have outlined over 40 immediate actions.
The Beryl death toll in Texas is 36. Chris Fox, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
A new pedestrian bridge across the San Antonio River will connect the existing parts of the Pearl to new developments in the area. The Pearl is a mixed-use development featuring restaurants, retail shops, green spaces, offices, apartments, and a hotel. Developers plan to double the Pearl in size Otherwise, the bridge will connect Hotel Emma on the east side of the river to the new Grove Hotel, which is still on the drawing board. The bridge will be open to the public sometime later this year. So far, it does not have a name. It is 7:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
On a Yacht Rock Tuesday, Charlie Parker was able to name the band in like 3 notes. Remember that? Remember
I could have named that band into. It's still on.
Yeah, Name That Tune is still on?
Yeah, it's a revision.
It's a cool. I always liked that show. That was fun.
It's a little bit different because you remember Randy Jackson from American Idol?
Yes.
He plays the notes on a piano.
Okay.
Which is kind of weird.
Yeah.
I think the old Name That Tune, they would actually have some kind of orchestration or something going on.
Yes. I missed that show. That was a fun show. All right, coming up, wait till you hear this. We'll hear former President Donald Trump on Fox last night with Laura Ingraham. He talks about, will he debate Kamala Harris? Also at 7:20, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. Big half hour coming at you right now. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Weather Channel forecast today, tomorrow, and Thursday. Clouds early, partial sunshine in the afternoons. Look for a high today around 95, upper 90s tomorrow and on Thursday. 78 at the Pearl, 76 in Von Ormy, 711 at WOAI.
That was the voice of Charlie Parker on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. Charlie in studio with us now till 9 o'clock this morning. She's Charity McCurdy. Mr. T will be back tomorrow. I'm Chris Duell, EJ Pacheco, and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon every weekday morning at this time. We do a segment we call it Wait Till You Hear This. We span the globe to bring you the constant variety of audio. And last night on Fox, former President Donald Trump sat down with Laura Ingraham, and among the topics were, will the former president debate Kamala Harris? coming up. Let's listen in, and then we will react. Here it is. Wait till you hear this. Former President Donald Trump on with Laura Ingraham. Yeah, I mean, yes, I'm going to do it, but maybe I won't. But yeah, I can make a case again. That was weird.
Did I hear Trump sometimes, and when he's through talking, I go, what did he say?
Did he answer the question?
No, well, there was one earlier. I know that he talked when he was talking to her last night. She asked about that speech he made to the evangelicals or the Christian group, and mentioned about after this you'll never have to vote again. And she pressed him 2 or 3 times on just exactly what were you saying, and he never did answer the question. I still don't know what he meant.
Apparently, that was a joke. I think that's how that ended.
That's not his strong point.
Yeah, but I think Laura Ingraham makes a very compelling argument that if Trump does not show up for the September 10th debate on ABC News, it will be seen as him looking scared to debate Kamala Harris. I mean, there's no denying she has a lot of momentum behind her campaign right now. And I think people are really wanting to see the two go head to head on the debate stage, because it's going to be like day and night compared to what we saw between Biden and Trump.
Now, I know Chris has on his captain's cap for Yacht Rock Tuesday. Did you buy the White Guys for Kamala hat yet?
I do not own a white guy, and that is the thing. I saw it online. White guys for Kamala.
Yeah, Jeff Bridges, the dude, I think, was among that group touting Harris.
I don't even know what that means.
White
guys.
Right.
White guys for Kamala. Huh?
Well, there were all these conference calls last week. There was Black Women for Kamala, a conference call. They raised a lot of money. There were Black Men for Kamala. It raised a lot of money. There was a conference call, Latinas for Kamala. It raised. So I think that's just a reaction to every other gender and ethnicity seems to have met on a conference call to raise money for Kamala.
Sheeple.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Sheeple. Yeah.
Just,
Sheeple for Kamala. That could be a hat. Sheeple. Are you sheeple? We're sheeple for Kamala.
Yeah, the white dudes apparently raised $4 million in a single night for Kamala Harris.
Led by, as you mentioned, Charity, the dude. The dude himself, Jeff Bridges.
The Big Lebowski.
There you go. All right.
It's almost time to put my Big Lebowski t-shirt away now.
Yeah, you wear that
Come
on the
on,
street.
Jeff.
People go, hey, man, you're supporting Kamala wearing your Big Lebowski t-shirt. They might. They might not. Coming up, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast, his take on the morning's big stories. Don't go anywhere. We got a lot coming at you. Charlie Parker in studio till 9, WOAI News Time, 7:16. It is a Yacht Rock Tuesday, and we are moments away from Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. But first, Charity, what are you working on?
Well, President Biden is calling for major reforms to the justice system. Vice President Kamala Harris may soon announce her running mate, and text messages between law enforcement before former President Trump's assassination attempt show that officers raised concerns 90 minutes before the incident. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Clouds early, sunny in the afternoons today, tomorrow, and Thursday. High today, mid-90s, upper 90s tomorrow and on Thursday. Terrell Hills right now, 80 degrees. Lytle, 77, 78 in San Antonio. And WOAI News Time, 7:21.
San Antonio's first news. That's Charlie Parker. Mr. T will be back tomorrow. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. And every weekday morning at this time, we check in with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. He is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated.
Mike, forget the MAGA hat. Forget the white guys for Kamala baseball caps. I want me a Steve Netasoric pommel horse guy T-shirt.
How about that, Charlie? When I was watching that yesterday afternoon as it happened live, I'm looking at all these muscle-bound guys, and here comes this guy with glasses. He looks like he came out of accounting. He takes off the glasses, and Clark Kent becomes Superman.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
I mean, if you looked up a picture of nerd in the dictionary, it would be Steve, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we broke a decades-old drought of medals. I know it's a bronze, and everybody goes, we don't care about a bronze. You do in gymnastics, especially men's.
Yeah.
That was a great night. And talk about pressure. Donna, my wife, just kept saying, how do these people deal with this pressure? They said all he had to do was stay on the pommel or whatever it is, the device, and he did it. What a great afternoon.
Meantime, Mike, former President Trump created a little controversy when he told a conservative Christian summit that they won't have to vote anymore after the November election, but later said it was a joke. What do you think of this?
Well, he kind of even clarified it further last night with Laura Ingraham, Charity. He talked about the fact that he was saying Christians, especially conservative Christians, don't necessarily vote in the numbers that other demographics do. And he was saying, look, if it's a hassle to vote, I need you this time. And by then we'll have fixed it and you won't have to stress yourself out. It was a pretty interesting interview with Laura Ingraham. She only aired about half of it last night. She's going to air the rest tonight, I guess.
Yeah, we'll certainly keep an eye out for that. Mike, President Joe Biden comes to Texas, goes to the LBJ Library in Austin, talks about the Supreme Court reforms that he wants. And as Speaker Mike Johnson and others said, there's no way that Congress is going to pass this. What Biden has to know that. Why do you think he made these announcements when he knows there's no way it's going to pass?
It's pure politics, Chris. This is just about having a talking point on the campaign trail. They've got no shot in hell of getting a new amendment to the Constitution ever, much less before the election. So this goes out and says, hey, the conservatives got this Supreme Court rigged. We need to fix it. Even though nothing can come of this, it will be a very strong talking point for them.
Let me stay on the lighter side of things. You got dragonflies, swarms of dragonflies in Rhode Island, goat problems in Greece, and geese problems in Canada.
Well, the video from the dragonfly swarm is pretty cool. It's a beach in Rhode Island, and it's just massive. And I love a dragonfly as much as anybody, but a couple thousand of them zipping in and out during my beach time, No, thank you. Nobody got hurt. Nothing happened other than a lot of screaming. And the Canada geese, they're not Canadian geese, people. They're called Canada geese. I'm glad we're finally addressing this. They have ruined more golf course days for me than I could ever say. As a matter of fact, one course I play employs dogs to keep them off the greens, and they're by a company called Goosebusters. So yeah, who are you going to call? Ghostbusters. But yeah, we got a lot of Canada geese here. I just wish they were better tasting. That would be good. And Greek politicians, Greek authorities have ordered national restrictions on goat and sheep because they have a viral outbreak that is looking to devastate their livestock industry. That's no joke. That's a big stinking deal in Greece.
And Mike, another big stinking deal is this actually caught my eye. The FDA has approved a blood test for colon cancer.
Yeah, this one is gigantic. I have an older brother who's a colorectal surgeon who talks about just the devastating effects of cancer, especially colon cancer in our world. And this breakthrough could lead to a lot more people getting tested because so many folks just don't go through the testing because of the embarrassment thing. So hopefully this will get more people tested. It'll be hopefully approved by all your insurance companies. And this is one I think we got to give the FDA applause for pushing this through.
Is it a replacement for the invasive alternative?
Oh, nothing is actually a replace. As my brother told me, Charity, I asked the same question last night. Hey, Frank, can I? He goes, no. There's nothing replacing the most invasive exam anybody could get, but it's a start.
You can get more Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. Get it wherever you get your podcasts. We recommend the free iHeartRadio app. Another episode will drop this morning. You don't want to miss it. Mike is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated at 7:40. National correspondent Rory O'Neill. More revelations about that shooter in Butler, Pennsylvania that tried to assassinate former President Donald Trump, and more testimony about that on Capitol Hill today. WOAI News Time 7:26.
7:31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden calls for major reforms to the justice system, and JetBlue is ending flights out of San Antonio. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday, partly cloudy, a high near 95. Tonight's low in the upper 70s. Right now, 79 degrees. Well, President Biden traveled to Texas to push for major reforms to the U.S. Supreme Court. Brian Gann has more on Decision 2024.
While speaking at the LBJ Presidential Library in Austin, Biden called for 18-year term limits for Supreme Court justices.
We've had term limits for presidents of the United States for nearly 75 years after the Truman administration. And I believe we should have term limits for Supreme Court justices in the United States as well.
The president also proposed a constitutional amendment to limit the broad immunity granted to presidents by a recent Supreme Court decision.
This nation was founded on the principle there are no kings in America. Each of us is equal before the law.
Biden's comments came as he marked the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act. Brian Gann, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Speaking to Fox's Laura Ingram, former President Trump reacted to some of Biden's proposed changes.
They want to pack the court. What they really want to do more than any of it is pack the court. They want to put in, so I've heard as many as 27.
The number of justices on the high court has changed over time, but has remained at 9 since Franklin D. Roosevelt's term. Well, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper is reportedly removing himself from consideration to be VP Harris's potential running mate. CNN cited sources who said that he was concerned with going through the process at the age of 67. Cooper was seen as one of the top contenders for the role, along with Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. Meantime, Democrats yesterday took on the Republican presidential ticket, with two governors taking center stage.
Just outside Philadelphia, in Ambler, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro told supporters Kamala Harris is ready.
To not just be the standard bearer of our party, but to be the 47th president of the United States of America.
That means beating former President Donald Trump and Senator J.D. Vance, whom Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer says are at an experience disadvantage to Vice President Harris.
Between the two of those dudes, they only have 5.5 years, and it's not public service, it's self-service that they're in the business of.
The vice president and former president are neck and neck in Michigan and Pennsylvania in a recent Fox News poll. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Well, JetBlue Airways is ending its flights out of San Antonio. The Long Island-based carrier said the final nonstops to Boston and New York City will fly in late October. JetBlue has been providing the flights out of San Antonio International for only about 3 years. Jesus Saenz with the airport says the flights were popular and busy, so he is confident another carrier will soon step up and fill the need. Well, a series of earthquakes that shook up West Texas were likely caused by oil and gas activity. Barbara Schwartz has details.
There have been dozens of earthquakes with a magnitude of 3.0 or larger in the last few years. The biggest one last Friday, 5.1 on the Richter scale. Emergency officials in Snyder say recent earthquakes have damaged homes, weakened foundations, and cracked walls. Utility lines and other property have been damaged as well. In Oklahoma, an uptick in earthquakes more than 10 years ago led regulators to put restrictions on the disposal of wastewater from fracking. They say since then, the number of earthquakes have fallen dramatically.
Well, the man accused of starting the biggest fire in California and nation claims it was an accident. 42-year-old Ronnie Stout says he was having car trouble and it caught fire. Witnesses report seeing him push the car into a ravine in Chico. Those flames spread quickly to become the massive park fire. The DA says Stout was drunk when he was arrested 12 hours later while on probation for a DUI. Well, an investigation is underway after a deadly stabbing attack took place in London on Monday.
It is with great sadness today I'm here to advise that 2 children have died as a result of the injuries sustained in this morning's knife attack. 9 other children have been injured and 6 of them are in a critical condition. All those injured have suffered stab wounds sustained during the attack.
Merseyside Police Chief Constable Serena Kennedy says at least 2 of those injured are adults. A 17-year-old male suspect was arrested in connection to the stabbing, but no motive has been revealed. Well, today is World Day Against Trafficking in Persons.
Established by a United Nations resolution in 2014, the World Day Against Trafficking in Persons is observed annually on July 30th to raise awareness about human trafficking and to promote and protect the rights of victims. The UN reports 1 in 3 victims of human trafficking globally is a child, with girls being disproportionately affected. This year's theme, Leave No Child Behind. Human trafficking generates tens of billions of dollars in illegal profits worldwide through crimes including forced labor, sex, and organ trafficking. The UN hoping people use this day to be alert, informed, and involved. Jeff Monasso, Fox News.
It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money in the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. Charlie Parker in studio. Charity McCurdy. Mr. T will be back tomorrow I'm Chris Duell, and another day and more testimony on Capitol Hill coming into the investigation involving the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. Let's check in with national correspondent Rory O'Neill. And Rory, it seems like each day more details are coming out about the shooter and about this assassination attempt.
And we're going to hear more information from the acting director of the Secret Service today and a deputy director of the FBI as they go before a joint committee of the U.S. Senate to answer some of the questions. A lot of this information came out yesterday. They'll be confirming a lot of that newer information today. But still, we don't have an answer to the big question. Why did this gunman target Donald Trump back on July 13th?
And Rory, among the new information we've learned is some of the gunman's internet searches, which are really startling.
Right. In fact, we know that he was searching about what was the distance of Lee Harvey Oswald from JFK on that day in Dallas. They've been trying to go through his search history to try to find some other indications about what other targets he may have had in mind. We knew he was looking up a whole variety of people, electric power plants and the grid and things like that. So a host of different web searches, and we're just trying to piece it all together using hindsight at this point. But so far, it's not like there's a manifesto left behind explaining his actions.
What do you think the chances of ever finding out what his motivation was? If we don't know by now, my guess would be is that we're not going to. We might find some more information, but not, what made him do it.
Right. I don't think we'll ever get an answer to that question.
Yeah.
And, that's something that happens time and time again, is that we don't fully find the answers that we're seeking in these investigations. Think of the Orlando mass shooting. We don't really know what motivated that man there to carry out that shooting at that nightclub that night. And, this happens with increased frequency, unfortunately, but the FBI says they're still going at it. They now know his circle of friends was incredibly small, really just his parents for this 20-year-old who had very little online presence. He had a gaming profile, didn't use it very much. It doesn't seem there are a whole lot of layers to this guy.
Our thanks to national correspondent Rory O'Neill. And Charlie and Charity, just one of the last things that Rory mentioned there, his parents knew he didn't have any friends, really, no friends at that high school. I think it's highly likely they knew he was bullied, and yet they kept buying guns and weapons and having them in the house. And I mean, you just think of a profile of a kid who often acts out one way or another with weapons, and this kid seemed to be fitting that profile.
Yeah, he apparently went and bought that 50 rounds of ammunition hours before the incident took place. Went to the gun range a lot, and not that there's anything wrong with that, but when you don't have friends, and there's some common denominators we see with these lone wolf gunmen who just, for whatever reason, decide to commit acts of violence. It's kind of not a complete surprise.
Don't want to be a Debbie Downer here, but I can't help myself. Why does any of that matter at this point?
What specifically?
Well, that he went and he bought some ammo, and that, he's off his rocker, and that his parents were doing things for him. That's always the case in hindsight anyway.
Well, I think for future cases, I think in the future, parents and, counselors at schools, anybody who might know a kid who seems to be fitting the profile.
We say that over and over and over again as well, and nobody ever does anything. We talk about those things, and then nobody does it.
Yeah, so should we stop talking about them?
Probably.
Yeah, I would disagree with that. I would hope that we would learn and try to figure out a way to minimize this.
But we haven't found a way yet. And if we haven't found a way yet, are we going to find a way? I'm not saying that we don't talk about it at all.
Yeah.
But for me, because I'm just speaking for myself, Debbie Downer, ad nauseum. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's no new information. And then, when we do get some, the point that Charity just made, it's a valid point that he went and he bought some ammunition. Well, that's not against the law.
True.
And, the next guy will be, we'll find out he did the same thing, and so was bullied. And usually you hear from the person, well, yeah, I know, I was a classmate of his and he was bullied all the time. The guy that told us that was probably one of the bullies.
Very likely.
And nobody ever, there's no steps ever taken. There's a lot of talk about it for 5-10 days or 5-10 weeks, but nobody, there's never anything put into place to try to prevent it.
This is true. Hopefully one day we'll figure it out. More coming up. WOAI News Time, 746. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. And don't forget, you do get your Paris Olympic reports 15 minutes after the hour throughout the morning on San Antonio's First News and throughout the day on 1200 WOAI. Charity, what stories are you following?
North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper is reportedly removing himself from consideration to be Vice President Harris's potential running mate. Former President Trump says he'll probably debate Kamala Harris. And jury selection continues today in the trial of a civil lawsuit against the parents of the accused Santa Fe high school shooter. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Cloudy early, sunny in the afternoon. The next 3 days, actually for the rest of the week, look for a high today in the mid-90s, upper 90s tomorrow and on Thursday. 80 in Terrell Hills, 77 in Lytle, 79 in San Antonio. WOAI News Time, 7:52. Huh?
I don't know this one.
I don't either.
This is a mystery.
Lost me at the word disco.
All right, EJ, Andrew, can you help us out with that song on a Yacht Rock Tuesday?
Oh, they're having to look it up.
Page it. Say that one more time. Charlie, have you ever heard that?
Nope.
Charity, have you ever heard that?
No.
Okay. We're learning.
Or heard of it.
What's the OCOE?
I think we've just been punked.
Okay, no, I'm looking it up, and then that stands for Official Cat of the 80s.
Wow.
OCOE.
I did not know that.
That's a whole lot of strikes right there.
We're learning stuff. We're learning stuff about bad music in the 80s. We appreciate that.
Well, wasn't it all? Well, not all.
Yeah,
mostly.
No.
Charity?
Yeah, mostly.
No.
All right,
Yeah,
Charity, what do you want to stand up for in the 80s to Charlie Parker? What would you?
Where do I begin? Okay, I'll start with The Cure because Charlie always likes to rib me for that. But early Madonna, Cyndi Lauper, Duran Duran.
Flock of Seagulls?
There you go. I mean, we can go on and on. Michael Jackson. I mean, he made the 80s. Charlie, are you
Eddie
there?
Money?
Did we put you to sleep, Charlie?
Well, no, I was trying to think of how many of that list that you ran down that I actually find tolerable.
Did you ever buy a Michael Jackson album back in the 80s?
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, just checking. Did you know?
Yeah.
All right.
And the Police?
No.
I love
Bon Jovi?
Charlie hates the Police and Sting. I'm a huge fan of Sting and the Police. And I'm going to see him in October with Billy Joel at the Alamo Dome.
He ages like a fine wine. He looks great.
And according to Trudy Styler, his wife, he apparently is into this whole tantric kind of.
Okay.
He's apparently a marathon man.
I've just always said if I want reggae or ska, I don't need the Police. There's Bob Marley and Peter Tosh and Jimmy Cliff. There's a whole list there.
All right. We'll explore music of the 80s more a little bit in the 8 o'clock hour appropriately. Let's go back. And something else about 8 is coming. It involves Troy Aikman and Lamar Jackson. We'll get into that in the 8 as well. But we've been asking you this morning on the free iHeartRadio app on the Talkback feature. There was a tank in the middle of IH-10 near Wurzbach on Sunday. So we all told you the weirdest things we've seen on the road, and we're asking you for the weirdest things you've seen on the road. Let's go to the people, and let's go to the storyteller. No, Tuesday. Wow. Multiple dead cows in the road on a foggy night driving. That's got to be crazy.
If Loudon Wainwright III was still alive, he could write a song about it. But he's dead, I do believe.
Well, since I'm getting the name wrong, names wrong, I won't even say the name. Let's hear another one, EJ.
Yeah, the HEB grocery cart was in the King William parade.
Wow.
Yeah, it's so awesome. It looks like the real deal.
That guy was doing 75 at the King William parade?
No, he was going a lot slower.
Now, was the HE buddy in the grocery cart?
No, he was not. Or she. Is a buddy can be a girl too.
Oh, really?
Right?
HE buddy is a she.
I don't know.
okay.
The gender is a mystery. I don't know.
Can I make a self-serving request right now?
Of course.
Of one of my favorite establishments, HEB. Can y'all get some more of those short carts?
There's often a run on those. I like those, and they're hard. Sometimes they run out of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know where they're all at.
And I always get the one with the bum wheel every time.
Me too. I got bad wheel karma when it comes to shopping carts at HEB. All right. Big 8 o'clock hour coming up. Aaron Real, national correspondent. Aaron Real with who has the cheapest burgers? We're talking about burgers across America. There are burger wars going on, and the burger companies want to sell more burgers. Then, Charlie, there's a controversy about the number 8 with Troy Aikman and Lamar Jackson. Charlie will walk us through that as well. WOAI News Time, 7:58. Let me see who's in here. Eric is in here. Hello, Eric. Welcome in. Tim, Eddie Lozano. Man, Longhorn Cafe. Yes, sir, Eddie. That's a good burger. I agree with that. Sleepy. Sick of pollen. Got out of here. 17 of you in here right now. Good morning. Welcome in. We don't always, if you chat in the chat, we can see your name, but I know some people either can't, they're doing something else, or they're driving, or they're working, and or you may not want to chat, and that's okay too. You may just want to lurk. You might want to be a lurker, and there's nothing wrong with that. So, Burger Wars from Aaron Real. Okay. Yeah, Chester's high on the list, as Tim mentions. Chris Madrid's high on the list. What else? Where are other really good burgers in town? Easy's isn't bad. I mean, Easy's isn't the best, but in a pinch, a burger at Easy's is pretty good. When it comes to fast food, Don't be a hater, but I like In-N-Out burgers. Here's
8
Charity.
o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden pushes Supreme Court reforms. New details on the gunman behind the Trump assassination attempt. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday, partly cloudy, a high near 95. Tonight's low in the upper 70s. Get a move on. It is 80 degrees. President Biden delivered remarks at the LBJ Presidential Library in Austin yesterday while celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act. The president recently proposed reforms to the U.S. Supreme Court while urging limitations on presidential immunity.
No one is above the law. And for all practical purposes, the court's decision almost certainly means that the president can violate their oath, flout our laws, and face no consequences.
The proposals also include term limits for Supreme Court justices as well as a code of conduct. House Speaker Mike Johnson says the proposals will be dead on arrival in the House. Speaking to Fox's Laura Ingraham, former President Trump said he wouldn't change the court if he were elected in November.
If I'm president, it doesn't happen. We keep it the way it is. And it's been working very well for a long period of time. I mean, basically, they want to create another Congress. They want to have so many people. Let's just go to another Congress.
Meantime, Thomas Crooks, the shooter who attempted to kill Trump at a Pennsylvania rally, went to great lengths to plan the shooting, according to the FBI. Here's Fox's Jeff Paul.
On July 6th, Crooks registered for the event and did an online search for how far away Oswald was from Kennedy. One day before the rally, Crooks practiced at a gun range. Things accelerated the day of the rally, where he purchased 50 rounds of ammo from a Butler gun store. He then went back home, and he told his parents he was going to the shooting range, but went back to Butler, parked, and flew his drone. Later, local police officially identified him as a suspicious person. Texts between local law enforcement officers obtained by Senator Chuck Grassley appear to show a picture of Crooks, with the local officer telling the group, "If you want to notify Secret Service snipers to look out, I lost sight of him."
Trump is yet to be interviewed by the FBI about the incident. Secret Service and FBI officials today will be grilled by Senate lawmakers in another hearing. Well, one Democrat and battleground state governor joined another in Pennsylvania to campaign for Vice President Kamala Harris.
Michigan's Gretchen Whitmer has publicly said she won't be on the ticket with Vice President Harris, but in Ambler, just outside Philadelphia, she focused on GOP VP nominee J.D. Vance.
He does not see women as equals. He does not want everyone to have a seat at the table.
Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, still on the VP shortlist, took on former President Trump by evoking history.
Because this is a nation that's already freed itself from a king.
A recent Fox News poll shows Vice President Harris and former President Trump tied in Pennsylvania and Michigan. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
An investigation is underway into the death of a Bexar County jail inmate yesterday following a medical episode. The sheriff's office says a deputy discovered 46-year-old Michael Rosas unresponsive in his cell. The Bexar County medical examiner will determine cause of death. Rosas was jailed for drug possession and evading arrest. Well, the concept for a passenger rail system running through Texas is still being considered, but political consultant Bill Miller says there are a lot of barriers keeping the project from gaining steam.
Homeowners, property owners, they don't want to give it up. And as a consequence of that, it makes it very, very difficult to proceed.
Miller says projections show that state's population will reach 47 million by the year 2050, and passenger rail service could help relieve some pressure on the state's highways. Well, jury selection began yesterday in the civil trial connected to a mass shooting at a Texas high school 6 years ago. Russell Scott has details.
The shooting at Santa Fe High School left 8 students and 2 teachers dead and 13 wounded.
The accused shooter, Demetrius Pagorchis, was found incompetent to stand trial. He's been in the state mental hospital now for more than 4 years. This is a civil suit, and it's against his parents, accusing them of not getting their son help and not keeping weapons away from him. Several people who lost family members in the shooting are expected to testify, one mother saying it is about time her deceased son got justice.
Well, a new pedestrian bridge across the San Antonio River will connect the existing parts of the Pearl to new developments in the area. The Pearl is a mixed-use development featuring restaurants, retail shops, green spaces, offices, apartments, and a hotel. Developers plan to double the Pearl in size. The bridge will connect Hotel Emma on the east side of the river to the new Grove Hotel, which is still on the drawing board. The bridge will be open to the public sometime later this year. So far, it does not have a name. It is 8:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. Hall and Oates, Charlie, before they were suing one another, back when they didn't hate one another. I don't know what's going on with them. Can't we all just get along, Hall and Oates?
Well, not if you're Oates.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
I mean, he's about as, popular sidekick as Robin.
But
I'm not talking about one of the Bee Gees. I'm talking about Batman's Robin.
Batman and Oates
useless.
should thank his lucky stars for Daryl Hall.
Exactly.
I don't think Oates would be living in the kind of house he's living in if it wasn't for Daryl Hall. But that's just me. Coming up, national correspondent Aaron Real on national burger chains wanting to get your business and what they're doing to try to get your business. We'll talk about that. Charlie Parker with a story about Troy Aikman in a dispute with Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson over the number 8. That and a whole lot more coming up, but let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Cloudy early, sunny in the afternoon. Look for a high today around 95 degrees. Partly cloudy tomorrow and Thursday. Highs in the upper 90s. 79 right now in Floresville, 77 in Buda, Texas. WOAI News Time 811. Simple and free.
Chicago on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. He's Charlie Parker. She's Charity McCurdy. Mr. T will be back tomorrow. I'm Chris Duell. And what would summer be without a good old-fashioned burger? Give me a burger, some fries, and I'd rather have an ice-cold beer with that than a soft drink, but that's just me. Aaron Real, national correspondent Aaron Real, tracking a story about how big fast food brands are battling for your dollars this summer, especially the burger fast food brands. Aaron, what is going on here? How are these burger wars playing out, and why?
They're playing out. And by the way, I want to start off by saying the burger you just described with the beer and the barbecue tastes very, very different than a McDonald's burger. And I'm not saying
True.
One day is better than the other, but you can kind of tell, you're like, yeah, the McDonald's burger doesn't taste like the other burgers. And as a result, you kind of accept that when you go to a fast food joint, whether it be like Taco Bell, not necessarily like a traditional taco, or Burger King or Wendy's, whatever it is. But essentially, you are accepting the fact that you are getting a perhaps not nutritious meal, but you're getting it for a value and you're getting it fast. Well, since the pandemic, there's been this runaway menu price spike across all fast food restaurants, and this has really pushed the core customer out of the market. So that was generally a low income bracket that made up a really big chunk of the sector. They're gone. So long story short, earnings are down. McDonald's reported yesterday global sales fell 1%. That's a tremendous amount for this company. It's the first decline in 13 quarters, and sales have dropped across the board. So since June 25th, they've brought back the $5 menu. They were going to just do it for this 4-week window to get people back in. Yeah, it's working. They're seeing traffic up precipitously. It's not reflected in the numbers yet, but as a result, they're likely going to keep it for the rest of the summer at least.
Now, while they're lowering the prices, Aaron, are they jacking with the portion sizes? Maybe less meat, less fries?
No, they leave that to Chipotle. I'm joking. The idea that, yes, you are right. It's funny because there's such uniformity when it comes to fast food because, again, it's not like a person serving it. And it's generally it's just uniform. Much of it is machine done. What's interesting is that you're beginning to see a lot of these companies, their customer wanted value. If they're not going to get it, they're going to either eat at a pizzeria or stay home. There's no like when you're getting a burger for $12, you're like, for $8 more, I can go to a restaurant. So it's either the restaurant or not fast food. It just completely lost its space. Where I bring this up because Chipotle is doing quite well. And one of the reasons it's doing quite well is because it had just a completely different core customer. It's kind of like a working individual in a more urban setting or something of that nature. So they were more comfortable with the increase in prices, and that enabled them to retain who they had as a customer base. Where if this is not your core customer, you can't just rewrite the book for who is coming in every day. You're going to lose a tremendous amount of business, which is what they're seeing now.
Who's paying $8 for a burger at a fast food? Well, first of all, fast food doesn't exist. It's slow food these days. But $8?
No, you're 100% correct. Exactly. Who's paying that? No one, which is why they're seeing profits fall. People are like, I'm not doing that. I'll either go to a local pizzeria where I can still find some value, or I'll eat at home. There is no upside to this. And another thing you said, people go to fast food because it's A, fast, and B, cheap. When those are both missing, you're like, I'm not going there. I'm going elsewhere. And that's what they saw.
Very, very true. You know who has it down, Charlie, and I say this all the time.
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A, my God. And usually I'm in a hurry. I want it fast. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of times there's a Chick-fil-A right next to a Whataburger, and I'm diving into the Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
You know, my only argument with Chick-fil-A is when they did away with the chicken salad sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
That was my favorite thing at Chick-fil-A, and
they should have consulted you.
And I told every owner of a Chick-fil-A that I know, and I know a bunch of them.
But they have mac and cheese now, so.
Yeah, but they don't have a chicken salad sandwich.
Our thanks to national correspondent Aaron Real. Coming up, Charlie, with the controversy over the number 8 between former Cowboys quarterback Troy Aikman and current Baltimore Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson. WOAI News Time 8:15. Gino Vanelli on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. Coming up, a dispute over the number 8 between Troy Aikman and Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson. But first, Charity, what stories are you working on?
Well, President Biden is pushing for major reforms to the Supreme Court as he marks the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act. Former President Trump's campaign is spending $10 million for an advertising push this week in 6 battleground states. And a Bexar County jail inmate has died after suffering a medical episode in his cell. Well, details coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Clouds early, sunshine in the afternoon, the rest of the week. High today around 95, upper 90s tomorrow and on Thursday. Right now, 78 in Helotes, 78 in Castroville, 79 in San Antonio, and WOAI News Time, 8:21.
San Antonio's first news. Troy Aikman was a Cowboy, is a Cowboy, forever will be a Cowboy. And I wouldn't want to get into a dispute with Troy Aikman, but Charlie, we have a dispute between Troy Aikman and a current NFL quarterback.
First one to the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office wins. Actually, I don't know if the first one there wins because Lamar Jackson was the first one there. We'll see, have to see. Look, this isn't earth-shattering news, but I find it extremely interesting. I don't know how this ever got into a court of law. Baltimore Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson recently filed a notice of opposition at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office to stop a company connected to Troy Aikman from trademarking the number 8 spelled out as a word. So E-I-G-H-T.
Yes.
The case, it's a little confusing. Aikman has like 8 beer. Yes. He's got some other stuff, bags and luggage and T-shirts and hats and stuff with 8 spelled out on them. Lamar Jackson has at least a restaurant with the number 8, E-I-G-H-T, in the name of the restaurant and some other products for sale. And he claims that because he was the first one to the patent office, that it belongs, that it's trademarked exclusively to him. What's next? Where's Steve Young? Where's Archie Manning? Mark Brunell? Kirk Cousins? And what number's coming next? Now, don't get confused. This is not jerseys and, you know, like Cowboys products and that. We know who's getting the money there. That's going to the NFL.
Yeah.
But, you know, Kobe Bryant's estate could make an argument. Cal Ripken Jr.'s could make an argument that 8 belong. How do you patent a number?
I don't think
How
you
do you
should be
trademark
able to.
it?
I guess the same way Nike trademarked 23 for Michael Jordan. I mean,
well, and there was a story not long ago.
Well, but that's a company.
Yes. Ohio State University wanted to trademark the word "the" because they call themselves the Ohio State University. They have shirts that just say "the." They want to. It's ridiculous. A number like 8 that is so used in our vernacular as it should be, or the word "the." I think there are certain words and certainly numbers that should not be patented or trademarked.
I just find this crazy. Oh, by the way, the name of that restaurant that Lamar Jackson has is called You Ate Yet?
EIGHT.
Yeah, he has a design mark, Era 8 by Lamar Jackson, Era 8 for clothing and bags. I just don't see how. Does anybody pay attention to something like that?
So I guess the concern is that Jackson doesn't want people to confuse his products or think that he has a connection to Aikman's 8 line. Is that what the problem is?
Well, let me see. If I'm Lamar Jackson and I own, let's just go with the restaurant and the restaurant alone. Do I really care if people think that my restaurant is associated with Troy Aikman? As a matter of fact, it probably would draw more business.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Lamar Jackson on one hand, Troy Aikman on the other. Now, I'm not taking anything away from, what a great football player Lamar Jackson is.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see him with 3 Super Bowl rings.
No. And he should serve 8 beer in his restaurant. Like, have you had an 8 beer by Troy Aikman? Have you had his beer?
No.
I have had it. It's a light beer. It's not. Charity, we know you're a beer connoisseur. Have you had an 8 EIGHT beer from Troy Aikman?
I haven't, but I want to try it.
It's a light beer. It's light-ish, low carb. It tastes a little like
Michelob Ultra.
Ultra, maybe a little more flavor than a Michelob Ultra.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right.
So,
Well, I haven't heard anything from Lamar outside the actual lawsuit, I guess, if that's what you're going to call it. But Troy is been saying things on social media.
Yes.
And one of them this past Friday was, "Hey, Lamar, looks like a worthy conversation over a couple of cold 8 beers. Maybe Steve Young can arbitrate."
Who was famously number 8 as well for the 49ers.
But a decision is going to go one way or the other. And I don't know what this opens up in the legal system for everyone moving on down the road.
As I did when he played, Charlie, I'm putting my money on Troy Aikman.
Okay, there you go.
It makes sense to bet on Troy Aikman. Coming up, Joe Pags from the Joe Pags Show. He's got some thoughts on President Joe Biden wanting to overhaul the Supreme Court. We'll talk about that as well. Coming up, WOAI News Time, 8:26. Sleepy, I would agree with that. I don't think I went and bought 8 beer again. It was all right. Yeah, it was okay, but not real special. Joe Silva, welcome in. David Hiller, welcome in. Twin Peaks on De Zavala on Thursdays. $6 cheeseburger and fries. Best burger deal in town, hands down. Joe, Steve Duraco, who is in here sometimes. He's in here earlier in the morning. He frequents Twin Peaks. They say they got 29-degree beer at that place. Or at least it's, because if it were 29 by definition, wouldn't it freeze? But I guess not. Tim, Sleepy, David, Joe, Jacob, welcome in. I'll be back. Charity's got the news coming up. $8:32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden calls for major reforms to the justice system, and a passenger rail system in Texas is gaining steam. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday, partly cloudy, a high near 95. Tonight's low in the upper 70s. Right now, 79 degrees. Well, President Biden called for Supreme Court reforms while commemorating the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act. Fox's Kristen Goodwin has more on Decision 2024.
President Biden proposing the No One is Above the Law constitutional amendment he says would ensure no president has immunity for crimes committed while in office.
We're a nation of laws, not kings and dictators.
Citing the Supreme Court's recent immunity ruling on former President Trump, speaking at the LBJ Presidential Library, also calling for 18-year term limits for justices, and
we need a mandatory code of ethics for the Supreme Court, and we need it now.
which would require justices to disclose gifts, refrain from public political activity, and to recuse themselves from cases where they or their spouses have a financial or other conflict of interest. The proposals would need congressional approval. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Speaking to Fox's Laura Ingraham, former President Trump reacted to some of Biden's proposed changes.
They want to pack the court. What they really want to do more than any of it is pack the court. They want to put in, so I've heard as many as 27.
The number of justices on the Supreme Court has changed over time, but it's remained at 9 since Franklin D. Roosevelt's term. Meantime, Democrats yesterday took on the Republican presidential ticket, with 2 governors taking center stage. Here's more from Fox's Gernal Scott.
Just outside Philadelphia in Ambler, Pennsylvania, Governor Josh Shapiro told supporters Kamala Harris is ready
to not just be the standard bearer of our party, but to be the 47th president of the United States of America.
That means beating former President Donald Trump and Senator J.D. Vance, whom Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer says are at an experience disadvantage to Vice President Harris.
Between the two of those dudes, they only have 5.5 years, and it's not public service, it's self-service that they're in the business of.
The vice president and former president are neck and neck in Michigan and Pennsylvania in a recent Fox News poll. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
A teen charged with murder will remain in custody. The 16-year-old made his first court appearance yesterday, and the judge denied his release with a GPS monitor. The teen and his brother, 19-year-old Jacob Rios, were arrested Saturday for the murder of 80-year-old Heidi Silkworth in late May. The 2 brothers had reportedly robbed an armed victim who shot back. Silkworth was in a passing SUV and was killed by a stray bullet from the crossfire. The judge scheduled the teen's next hearing for August 12th. Well, a Texas Senate committee is demanding answers from utility company CenterPoint about its response to Hurricane Beryl. CEO Jason Wells was grilled over the company's preparedness and testified in the state Senate special committee hearing yesterday. He apologized for the company's response, and Houston Mayor John Whitmire was among the officials who spoke at the hearing.
Let me get right to the bottom line. Their communication sucks. Enough is enough. It's time to hold CenterPoint accountable.
Beryl damaged power lines and uprooted trees that left millions of people without power for days. CenterPoint has defended its storm preparedness and said that it deployed about 12,000 additional workers to help restore power. Well, the concept for a passenger rail system running through Texas is still being considered. Jarrett Lewis reports.
There's just one big factor that's standing in the way of the project gaining more steam.
Homeowners, property owners, they don't want to give it up. And as a consequence of that, it makes it very, very difficult to proceed.
Political consultant Bill Miller says it's a great idea. It just needs more support.
I think it's a great concept on paper, but in terms of execution, I don't see the willingness or the political will.
Projections are that the state will see around 47 million people by the year 2050. Jarrett Lewis, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, Texas officials are dividing up $1 billion taxpayer-approved dollars among different water infrastructure and supply projects around the state. The Texas Water Development Board is reserving at least $45 million for towns with fewer than 1,000 residents and another $130 million for towns with populations up to 10,000. Texas loses billions of gallons of water every year because of aging infrastructure. And a new poll shows where Texans would like their ashes spread if there were no restrictions. Here's Barbara Schwartz.
The number one choice is the Alamo, the shrine to Texas independence. The survey of 3,000 Texans from life insurance agency Choice Mutual shows Big Bend National Park comes in second, as the West Texas Park's stunning vistas and serene solitude make it an ideal final resting place. Kyle Field at Texas A&M comes in third. For Aggies and supporters, spreading ashes at Kyle Field would signify an everlasting bond with the spirit and tradition of Texas A&M.
It is 8:38. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, to check of your money in the world of business, Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Little Steely Dan for you on a Yacht Rock Tuesday, San Antonio's first news. Charlie Parker in studio. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Mr. T will be back tomorrow, but right now let's check in with Joe Pags from the Joe Pags Show as President Joe Biden made news at the LBJ Library in Austin yesterday. Joe Pags has big takes on what he said. Good morning, Joe. Be there for Joe Pags, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. today and every weekday. And Charlie and Charity, Joe talking about it, the proposals, reforms for the Supreme Court that Joe Biden asked for when he was in Austin yesterday. One of those is term limits. 18 years is what Biden would like to see as far as term limits.
Well, in addition to that, he suggested that whoever the president is should appoint 2 new Supreme Court justices every 2 years and then 18-year term limits. That would suggest that any given president in a 4-year term would be able to appoint 4 Supreme Court justices. And if they can serve for 18 years, I don't know what that comes out mathematically, but that's more than 9 justices. It's, as a matter of fact, it's well into double digits. Not crazy about that. I'm just now getting used to all of Supreme Court decisions being 5-4. Mm-hmm. Don't give me any more numbers that I'm going to have to deal with. 18 years, I would have been, look, and I have to be careful here because I know some people are going to say now I'm a Biden supporter and an anti-Trumper, and I'm neither. I'm a libertarian, in case you haven't figured it out as of yet. I'm okay with less than an 18-year term limit. This lifetime stuff is just crazy. And wanting to, you know, some people don't realize that Congress passed a law 20 years ago or more about the fact that judges, including Supreme Court justices, have to disclose or recuse themselves in cases that have to do with, somebody in their family or themselves being involved in things. I don't have a problem with that one either.
Charity?
Yeah, I just wish the president went a step further and called for term limits for members of Congress.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, why stop at Supreme Court justices? But like Charlie said, it's all political. Here we are, 6 months left in his presidency, and he knows this isn't going anywhere. House Speaker Mike Johnson said it's dead on arrival in the House. So I don't think we're going to get much movement from here, but I'm sure it's going to fire up the base.
Doesn't that speak volumes as well, that the Speaker of the House is saying dead on arrival? And you're going to tell me that none of those, bottom lining it, none of those things that he suggested yesterday are worth thinking about,
Not
at
if
the
it's-
very least?
Not to Mike Johnson and the Republicans, because Biden,
Right.
you
Well,
don't want to give
sure.
him anything, especially in an election year.
This world scares me, man.
Yeah.
Well, let me rephrase. Yeah, well, the world and this country, what's going on in this country.
Yeah.
Just scares me to death.
But I do agree, and Mike Opelka brought this up with us a little over an hour ago. It's an election year, so they're going to, if you choose Kamala Harris, you think maybe she'll work to get these Supreme Court reforms going. And we heard Donald Trump say with Laura Ingraham last night that, he wants to keep things the same. He's not going to, he doesn't want any Supreme Court reform. So that's just part of the choice that you're going to have this November.
Well, it's the party's decision.
Yeah.
Joe, and I'm not saying that because of his lack of mental acuity right now, but he wasn't like just sitting around one day in the Oval Office and thought, hey, let me scribble down 3 things here that I'd like to change when it comes to, the Supreme Court. It's all, party politics.
Calculated, political.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, we understand that. Well, most of us.
Yeah. Absolutely. Lots more coming up. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time, 8:46. A Yacht Rock Tuesday on San Antonio's First News. Charlie Parker in studio. More coming right up. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden is pushing for major reforms to the Supreme Court. Secret Service and FBI officials will testify in another congressional hearing today about the Trump assassination attempt. And the man accused of starting the biggest fire in California and nation claims it was an accident. Well, the details coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
So far in 2024, only 12 days of 100 degrees or better. Not really that bad. Today won't be one of them. Look for a high around 95 with sunshine this afternoon. Upper 90s tomorrow and Thursday. Right now in San Marcos, 79. Livonia, 79. San Antonio, 79. WOAI News Time, 8:52.
San Antonio's First News, where you get your Paris Olympic updates at 15 after the hour. Throughout our First News, you get Olympic updates all day long right here on 1200 WOAI. And I need a ruling from either, or actually from both of you. We should be unanimous about this. There was a big development at the Olympics already today. I know some people watch on tape delay, so should I say spoiler
alert?
Yeah.
Yes, we're going to tell you.
Okay, so lower your radio for only 20 seconds. Charlie, do you want to do the honors?
Well, I'm assuming you're talking about it has to do with tennis.
Yes.
Coco Gauff got run in 2 sets.
Run in 2 sets and argued with the umpire and left in tears from the court.
Well,
She was
that
in
will
tears.
make Charity's husband, Brett, with 1 T, upset because he doesn't like judges. He wants, everything's up. Do they not use, because I think her argument had to do with whether a ball was in or out. Do they not do like when we're watching professional tennis? Don't they have that little machine that shows whether the ball went in or out?
I don't know if the Olympics does it differently.
Yeah, I guess it's all up to that chair umpire.
Yeah. All right. I hate to see that. I'm a big fan of hers. I wanted her to go deep in these Olympics.
Well, she's done.
All right, she's done. Now, we've got us a meeting after the show with the big boss man.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's good and that's fine, but France plays basketball with Victor Wembanyama at 10:15 this morning. So I need the meeting to end by. See, it takes me about 15 minutes to
Well,
get
it
home.
starts at 9:30, so you need it to be over by 9:33.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? If I'm lucky, I can make it home in 15 minutes. So I definitely need to be over by 10.
And that's really, from my vantage point, that's really the only thing today. There's a lot of tennis, soccer, some rugby, judo, shooting, and a little bit of surfing. The women's team final in artistic gymnastics is today.
You'll be all over that.
Yeah, but those are all things I can actually wait until prime time to see. I don't need to check that out today, but I am going to watch France and Japan because I don't have to go to the meetings if I don't want to. So I'm on my way home.
I need to watch Victor Wembanyama live. Charity, should I not spoil that for you if France wins? You don't want to text going, France wins.
No, go ahead and text me. It might interrupt my nap, but that's why I put my phone on silent. So,
France will win and win big.
Yeah.
Good.
They're playing Japan.
Yes. But and again, I want France versus USA in the gold medal game, but that's just me. That's probably not just me. Probably a lot of people want that.
Kind of scares me if it comes down to that.
Oh, we're America. We got LeBron. We got Anthony Davis. We got Steph Curry.
Let's see. I don't think the men's
We got Kevin
basketball
Durant.
team is, well, I know,
Yeah.
but I don't think they're quite as dominant as the United States women's basketball team.
That could be.
Who've only lost like 3 games in the history of the Olympic Games, I think.
Yeah. The rest of the world is kind of caught up to us. All right, lots coming up. Glenn Beck in just a few with the Glenn Beck program. Before that, Charity McCurdy with everything you need to know at the top of the hour. But right now, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute.